way. And there we go. Alright. Boop. Noodle. Toaster. Strudel. Haddle Poodle. Alrighty. Alright. I am here. Come on. Sorry, trying to get stuff reorganized the way it's supposed to look on my system. You know how that goes. Oops. Ah, good enough. Alrighty. Oh, Shomanuchi. Well, do you have your thing set to like, hey, as soon as the thing says, hey, I'm streaming, you're gonna show up? Or do you just like actually pay attention to when I post stuff saying, hey, by the way, this is when I'm streaming? Oh, okay. That also works. So, managed to get through up to red finish last night. Went for about 4 hours and change. Yeah, I don't have my if I did that with even a reasonable number, not everybody, but like a reasonable number of people that I follow on like Twitch or YouTube, I probably wouldn't get any sleep. You know how that goes. Anyway, so after stream yesterday, I did ask about you only follow about 10 people. Yeah, and unfortunately that's not me 10 times, but I'm Tish. Womp womp. So after stream last night, I did pop into the judge chat, and only the best, and then me. So if you are ever looking for help with answering rules, the best thing that you can do is go to, type into your browser of choice, MTG or Magic, Judge Chat or Rules Chat or something to that effect. And the first thing you will probably see will be something like this. You are number one. You are so freaking smart and humble. Occasionally smart. Smart in certain things. Less smart in others. Don't ask me how to bake a loaf of bread. Anyway, yeah, if you ever are looking for rules chat answers, and it's like, you could go into a given stream and say, hey, by the way, here's what I'm looking for. But what I do recommend instead is something like type in MTG rules chat or something of that effect. And you'll commonly see something like chat.magiccjudges.org pointing to, you know, MTG rules. Go there. And what this will commonly do, you know, it'll bring up a chat window, and you can punch in a username that you already have for the server in question, or you can punch in a random username, or you can just use what's already generated. And this is the channel you want to go to. It is currently being hosted at libera.chat. Over the years, the first place I remember it connecting to was on Fnet, and then I believe Freenode, and it has since migrated over to Libera Chat. And literally, you... Oh. Status is restricted, can't connect. I have never seen that before. I've literally never seen this happen before. Wow. Connect. Connecting. I have there we go. And then a service may be unavailable due to an upstream outage. Oh, okay. So join Magic, I think it was Magic Judges Dash Rules. There we go. So usually when you connect to the judge chat, you will automatically be able to join this. There's just been some kind of weird hiccup that that is not normally how things work. It normally just you join. You know, you go to the site and you just say join, and you get plugged into the chat right away. And you just go something like you know what? I'm going to just random. Okay, sure. And it goes something like, hey, when I remove the last counter from Giant Dust Wasp, Can it attack that turn? And I'll tell you right now, a lot of these people are users, like, not all of them, but there's enough people. Mimi, I recognize. Mechas, I recognize. Nasfloka. Nate Dogg. If Nate Dogg tells you the answer is X, the answer is X. He is, yeah, he is really, really solid. I'm not saying only trust him. I'm saying these are people whose names I would recognize to be able to give you a proper answer. Cars 10 when he's around. Obviously, he's AFK right now. Vasa runs the Vasatog bot, which basically gets information from Scryfall to help look up stuff. And Yagatog, if he's around. Rob is also really good at making sure answers are. Yes, if you cast a creature spell with suspend. If you cast a creature spell via suspend, it gains haste. And I'm just going to let. You can read it in its reminder text too. And he's right. In the reminder text, it says when the last is removed, cast it without paying its mana cost, it has haste. And a lot of people would miss that because they don't read the remote. And do everybody a favor. Again, politeness costs 0. Just something like that happens. Just go, hey, by the way, even just saying thank you if it's not something more thorough than that, it may be thanks for your answer or thanks for your time or something like that. But even just saying thanks is, helpful. And it makes everybody feel better. But yeah, that is the sort of question they would also expect to feel. They would expect to see from somebody who doesn't really know the game well or doesn't quite get how certain things work. So yeah, don't be afraid to just pop in the chat. You may end up having to go through. You may end up having to go through a couple of hoops. I'll leave that open in case he answers. But yeah, that's it. Again, you should normally be able to just click on join and join the chat and go from there. But yeah, sometimes you might have to go through an extra hoop or two. It's worth it. And if you do end up using that often enough, consider finding some kind of chat client somehow. Um, there's a bunch of chat clients even for like Android and iPhone. I believe has got. I want to say iPhone's got chat clients available. IRC chat client for iPhone. Top IRC cloud clients for iPhone include IRC Cloud and Igloo. And there's more. So options exist. So if you're looking, and a lot of them look pretty plain and nothing like I use a very very old program. It's got to be going on 25 years, if not more, called Mirc, M-I-R-C. And it's plain, it's simple, it's text-based. It has its own scripting language available. Um, I've been using it for at least 20 years now. And it does the job. I mean, you see what the chat on, doing it over the internet looks like. Most chat clients work very similarly, and they don't take up much space at all. Something that's really heavyweight might be like a couple hundred megabytes. If it's the sort of thing you end up using often enough, consider looking into a chat client of some sort and having it set up to connect and to connect to Libera, or if they end up moving to another network for whatever reason, you can follow it there. Anyway, that being the upshot of all that was we were talking last night about Basri. Basri Cat specifically. His -2 ability says, whenever one or more creatures, non-token creatures attack this turn, create that many 1/1 white soldier creature tokens that are tapped and attacking. If you manage to pull this off on somebody else's turn, what's the result? The TLDR is you get the tokens, but they're not attacking. They can only be attacking if it's your turn. Oop. I'll see if I can find the actual. Actually, what I can do is. Uh, 506.3b. MTG. Actually, MTG rules 506.3b. Fine. MTG combat phase 506.3b. 0.3b right here. And let's make this bigger so it's easier to read. If an effect would put a creature onto the battlefield under the control of any player except an attacking player, and generally you can only be the attacking player if it's your turn, that creature does enter the battlefield, but it's never considered to be an attacking creature. And this is as of at least, it's been. Give me a sec here. There. At least as of the release of Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles, which was just a month and a half ago, maybe. So, if you do somehow get the ability to attack, let me rephrase that. Not attack. If you do somehow get the ability to put creatures into play that are attacking, like as attacking creatures, there we go. That's what I should be looking for. But it's not your turn, then they can come into play, but they won't be attacking. So, that answers that. Anyway, onward and upward. Step 1, Wildwood Patrol. Do you know how boring this card looked at first? Until I stopped to think about what it actually does. 1 green and 2, 1 green plus 2 for a 4/2 trample, which averages out to a 3/3. But the fact that it has 4 power is relevant. There are a lot of cards that, well, I would say trigger, but I think the better term would just simply be kick in when you are dealing with creatures that have 3 or 4 power. And I'm just talking mono green here. Never mind any other colors that might have something going on. So, for example, Goreclaw, Terror of Kalsisma. This is why I don't say they trigger when this happens, because trigger has a very specific definition in Magic. Creature spells you cast with power 4 or greater cost 2 less to cast. If you have Goreclaw out, Wildwood Patrol costs you a single green and you get a 4/2 trample. There's also cards that that trigger when you have a creature with power 3 or power 4 that enters or attacks or something of that nature to draw you a card, to to pump your team, this, that, whatever else. Options exist, but a lot of cards look for power 4 or greater, or power 3 or greater. art 48 cards found. Sort by mana value. Smuggler's Surprise. Creatures you control power 4 or greater gain hexproof and indestructible till end of turn. As long as you control creature power 4 or greater, can attack as though it didn't have defender. Same ability here. Basically, these two are basically identical except for type. Fanatic of Ronas. Tap for quad green. Activate only if you control creature power 4 or greater. Feed the Clan. Anything that's got Ferocious kicks in if you've got something with power 4 or greater. When this attacks, if you get, this will attack as a 3/3 Death Touch. Target creature, until in a turn, target creature power 4 or greater gains trample, which this already has. And whenever this creature deals combat damage to a player, draw a card. At the beginning of your end step, if you control a creature with power 4 or greater, draw a card. You'll see that line a lot. Tap for 1 mana of any color. If you control creature power 4 or greater, add 2 of any one color instead. Whenever creature power 4 or greater enters the battlefield under your control, put +1 counter on this guy. Can't attack unless you control creature power 4 or greater. Beginning of combat on your turn, if you control another creature power 4 or greater, put a +1 counter on this. Tap for green. If you control creature power 4 or greater, add double green instead. Most of these are going to be add additional mana, draw cards. Whenever creature you control power 3 or greater enters, draw a card. If you control creature power 4 or greater at the beginning of your upkeep, you draw a card. You're commonly going to see draw a card, produce extra mana, or generate additional mana. But sometimes you get additional things, like Entish Restoration. Searches for 2 basic lands. This is basically Harrow. But if you control creature power 4 or greater, you get 3 basic lands instead of 2. Whenever non-token creature you control power 4 or greater enters, populate. I.e., make an additional copy of a creature token you control. There's a lot of cards. Flopsy, Boomy's Buddy. Each creature you control power 4 or greater can't be blocked by more than one creature, i.e., you can be blocked by 1 creature or 0 creatures. You can't block by more than 1. So, with all that, Wildwood Patrol, being a 3 mana, 4 power creature, is a big deal. So if you are looking at building a deck based around, say, Goreclaw, Terror of Calcisma, this is easily, once Goreclaw is out, this is a 1 mana 4 power creature. And anything that, like, building your deck around stuff with power 4 or greater, and a group of efficient or 3 or greater, building a deck around that and like efficient big creatures. And if you're in mono green, which if you're playing Goreclaw, you are. This should be a shoo-in in that deck as well, because it's also a 3 mana 4 power creature. This is a 4/5. This is hyper efficient for its cost. You're going to want as many 4 power creatures as you can at 3 mana or less. And that's going to be hard, but this is going to be on that list. This is at least going to be something to consider there. Gnarled Sage. I do not mind this card straight up. You could, like, this last line here could not exist, and I'd be fine with it. Because this is essentially, keep in mind, when I see reach on a green creature, to me, this is ban, boop, and deny. To me, reach on a green creature is green's answer to flying. White, blue, get flying fairly easily. Black, sometimes red, sometimes green, largely only gets flying if everybody else is getting it for reasons. So, in other words, if everybody else is getting dragons, well, then green has to get a dragon, and green's dragons have to fly. Because, well, dragons fly. And so, I see reach, and I see this is a situation where everybody is not getting flying, because everybody's not getting dragons or something similar. And so, this is green's way of getting flying. And so I take a look, and it's like, okay, well, so this is almost blue's version, or green's version of Air Elemental, which doesn't sound amazing, but again, you're looking at a common, and Air Elemental had been uncommon for decades. But then there's a kicker, and not in the literal magic sense. As long as you've drawn 2 or more cards this turn, Gnarled Sage gets +0/+2 and has Vigilance. On your turn, the Vigilance is going to matter. On somebody else's turn, it's not. But the +0/+2 is still going to matter. So if you've drawn 2 or more cards, which is pretty easy to do, a lot easier than most people realize. This is, you're looking at a 4/6 Vigilance Reach, which is almost 4/6 Flying Vigilance. 4/6 averages to a 5/5. You're looking at a stronger Sarah Angel. if you look at it from the lens of I'm playing green, I'm not playing white. If this was a white card or a blue card, it's more than likely white. This wouldn't say reach, it would say flying. You're a sneeze away from, you're a sneeze away from looking at Sarah Angel at common. So, if I'm playing Tree Folks, I'm probably okay with playing this as just, again, as I said, a 4/4 with reach. That is actually that's actually pretty decent. It's going to continuously swat Thopters out of the sky. Thopters and spirits and stuff like that. People are going, once they realize how big this is, it's like, if they don't have something like dragons in play, because even demons do get flying, and so do vampires, but they start smaller quite often. Dragons do sometimes, but 4/4 is commonly where they tend to start. You can find them smaller, but most of the time they're not. Angels, if it's smaller than Sarah Angel, this can go and swat. Tree Folk, I'd probably be playing this. Druid, where I would want to be playing this in a deck that involves druids, is an enchantress deck. Because your enchantresses tend to be druids. Wait, what? Yeah, Selesnya. I'm not going to go through how this entire deck works. Satyr Enchanter, whenever he casts an enchantment spell, draw a card. Argothian Enchantress, Verduran Enchantress, Yavimai Enchantress, Femurf Enchantress are all druids. That's already 5. Yes, I had a deck that was handy that involves stuff like that. So, if you're building druids, there's nothing wrong with running some enchantress synergy in your druid deck. That's actually what I did with my Selesnya deck. Is a druid tribal deck. The first druids that I looked for were ones that were not mono green. Because mono green druids, that's easy. But I was going Selesnya. What druids can I find that are white or white green? And I started with that. And then I added some more mono green druids afterward. But I wanted the less obvious ones first. But if I'm going mono green druids, I can see me playing this. And druids feels, because druids are very much, you know, they're very much the wise protectors of the forest sort of idea. Being able to draw additional cards makes sense to me. So you should be able to have this ability kick in fairly easily. So yeah, Tree Folk I can see it, Druid I can see it. Um, Probably other places too. Garrick's War Steed. Now you know how we've mentioned, well, you may or may not remember. Every other card in the set that says, hey, by the way, when this enters, you may search your library and or graveyard for a specific planeswalker, reveal it, put it in your hand, and if you went through your library for it, you shuffle. And most of these creatures are kind of meh on the, on the scale of this is like, how good is this card as a creature? Let's just see if I can rewind for a little bit. Chandra's Firemaw, you get a 4/2 with haste for 5 mana. So that averages to a 3/3 with haste, which you should be paying about 3 mana. 4, I could see. 5, I'm like, not really. Black got you Liliana's Scorn, which is 5 mana sorcery for murder, and then tutor up Liliana Death Mage. You're paying 3 mana for the tutoring, in the color that tutors the best, I might add. Blue was a 3/3 with Flash that tutored up Teferi. I feel like you're only paying an extra mana for the tutoring, because a 3/3 with Flash is not completely unreasonable for, I would say, for 4 mana. I can wrap my brain around that. And then white, Basri's Aegis. Again, you're paying 1 or 2 more for Basri. But, this one's not a creature. This one is. And the costs generally anywhere from 1 to 3 more mana to get the, body. I'm taking a look at Garrick's War Steed. You're getting a 3/5 with Vigilance, which, again, averages to a 4/4 for 5 mana, which feels about right to me. This feels like the right spot for it. Damn it. And you might only pay an extra mana for the ability to tutor up Garrick. Now my question is, oh, here's Garrick Savage Herald. We will be covering him. We will come back to him. That's adorable. Okay. But yeah, he might actually be, like, Garrick's War Steed is the kind of card I'd be fine playing straight up. And I could throw this in, like, my 3 tickets to the Zoo Please deck and just get a 3/5 Vigilance and not care about doing the tutoring. I will point out one interesting piece of trivia about this search ability. When this creature enters, you may search your library and or graveyard for yada yada if you search shuffle. First of all, it's a may. You can choose not to search. Second of all, you are being asked to search for a card that meets specific requirements. If you are getting told, search your library for a card, as long as there's at least one card left in your library, you have to find one. If you are being told to search for a card that meets a specific requirement, a card with a certain mana value, a card of a certain color, a certain card type, you know, a planeswalker card, a creature card, a land card, a card with a certain name, in this case, Garruk Savage Herald. Anything that, four cards with different names. If you are being told you have to look for a card that meets a specific requirement, you are allowed to fail to find. Why would that be? If I'm happy enough playing Garruk's Warsteed, and I am not allowed to fail to find, what if I don't remember if I put Garruk Savage Herald in my deck? Okay, I'm looking. I don't find one. Well, that's a game lost then, or whatever. It's like, what? It's a perfectly fine, legitimate creature on its own. I don't need Garruk Savage Herald in there. So, you are allowed to fail to find. Why is this coming up? Because what this means is you can play Garruk's Warsteed just as a creature, choose not to, even if you don't have Garruk Savage Herald, you can look through your deck. Well, I don't have a copy in here I didn't see my copy in here, and shuffle your library. If there's a situation where shuffling your library is relevant, maybe because cards got put on the top or on the bottom of your library and you don't want them there anymore and you want them in your deck somewhere. If they were put on top and, somebody put a card on top of your library and you're like, okay, well, do this, and now I shuffle it and now it's buried in there. Or if you scrag cards to the bottom and now you play this and now they're shuffled in. So now maybe you can actually have a reasonable chance of pulling one up. That's a legitimate reason for shuffling, even if you aren't playing with Garruk. So, consider this as an option. Again, perfectly fine creature as is. Run afoul. Run afoul is green's take on Diabolic Edict, which has since more or less been kicked to the curb. But Diabolic Edict, one black, one other, instant, target player sacks a creature of their choice. Run afoul, this is green. Green doesn't make people sack creatures, but they don't like flying creatures, so they are willing to make you sacrifice a creature with flying. I am wary of a card like this. I would prefer something that makes you say, no, kill that one. But some things that you want to hit don't die very easily to targeted removal. So you either need to exile, force a creature to get exiled, or or you need to be like, what is it? Was it Avacyn? Yeah, Avacyn, Angel of Hope. Other permanents you control have indestructible. She's also indestructible. But if she is the only flyer that your opponent has out, and you force them to sacrifice a creature with flying, well, they have to sacrifice Avacyn. They haven't got anything else that flies. Suddenly, their stuff loses indestructible. Suddenly, they are a lot more vulnerable. We'll put it that way. So, run afoul. I wouldn't put it in every deck. But I could see it in the occasional deck. I think it's okay in certain circumstances. It's obviously less good if you are targeting somebody playing angels or dragons or sphinxes or spirits or some other well-known deck that's got a bunch of flyers in it. But it's still fine. Predatory Worm. 4 mana for 4/4 Vigilance. Gets +2/+2 as long as you control a Garruk Planeswalker. So, you have any Garruk in play, and this is a 6/6 with Vigilance. It's not a 6/6 with Trample, which is where people normally go when they think of abilities that green gets. No, it's a 6/6 with Vigilance. Vigilance is one of those abilities that people forget green has access to. This is the thing they get. And almost every single time, people, myself included, I'll be very honest, every time people look at, wait, green's got Vigilance? Yeah, green's got Vigilance. If you think about it this way, green has cards like Seedborn Muse. Untap all permanents you control during each other player's untap step. Green has cards like Instill Energy, or I think is it Argothian Elder I'm thinking of? Argothian Elder, yep. Or similar cards that can untap creatures, untap lands. It's a thing that green is known to do. Well, the next step after that, instead of just saying, untap your stuff is just giving it vigilance. Compare what white and blue do. White has cards that say, hey, by the way, do this thing to your creature, and by the way, untap it. Green also occasionally gets that. Blue also occasionally gets that. White is also known for, hey, by the way, how about we just give your creature vigilance? Blue will occasionally also dip into that pool. Hey, by the way, this creature's got vigilance. Green also goes there. If you have the ability, if you have the regular ability to untap your stuff, at some point, they've turned around and gone, yeah, you know what? Let's give it vigilance because that just makes sense. So yeah, if you've been playing a long time, you may completely be blindsided, broadsided, whatever, by the fact that, yeah, you know what? Green has a lot of vigilance. Date Grierson, 2020, not reprint, ID equal green. Oh, vigilance. Stuff that's come out in the last 5 or 6 years. Whoops. Sort by, that's the wrong one. Sort by mana value. 86 cards. Game paper, because go away. And what was it? Game paper and yeah, no, that's good. Dragon Sniper, Gold Vein Hydra. Like, okay. 1, 2 at 1 mana because these two are X spells. Oh, okay. Lion Umbra. Yeah, you know what? Toughness greater than 0. So I'm doing it that way. 61 creatures. Because I'm ruling out any of the X spells as well. 1, 2 1-drops. Vigilance till end of turn. This has vigilance. This can tap and gives something vigilance till end of turn. This, if it's enchanted by 2 auras, it has vigilance. Okay, I'm not going to count you. That's got vigilance. That's got vigilance. Wilson's got vigilance. Vigilance. Expend 4 to give raccoons vigilance. You have vigilance. You know what? I am doing this wrong. Keyword. 48 cards. Vigilance, 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 vigilance. Does not yet exist. Well, it exists, it's just not out yet. Secrets of Strixhaven. Release date 4/24. 2 weeks. Vigilance, vigilance. Oh yeah, enduring. People don't even remember what enduring vitality actually does. Vigilance, vigilance, vigilance. Honor troll. Vigilance. Oh my god, so good. Vigilant, like all these creatures got vigilance. And these are all stuff that came out in the last few years. This is like you can build a vigilant mono green deck. Here comes another one. And of course, the sneeze is not coming out now. Of course not. Anyway. But yeah. You're playing mono. If you're playing a green deck, Garrick is probably. There's probably at least one Garrick that you want to at least be considering playing. And as soon as one hits the board, it's like, hey, by the way, this is a 6/6 vigilance now. Okay. Honestly, build. So, I want to see somebody build mono green vigilance dot deck. And this is where my brain goes. Are they all the same art? Yeah, they're all the same art. Mixed blessing there. This is where my brain goes. 2/3 first strike forest walk vigilance. An ability people don't remember that green occasionally gets. An ability that people consistently overlook. And a typical but dated ability. Forest Walk used to be a really common ability for green back in the day. Hasn't been a thing in a long time. Yeah, build it with her as your general. Truffle Snout. Oh my god. Truffle Snout is hilarious. Its exploits are the stuff of legends among local chefs, and fuel for nightmares amongst the forest salads. This one ability here. When this enters, choose one. Put +1 counter on this creature, or gain 4 life. Usually this ability says put +1 counter on target creature. Usually. Not this time. They only let you put it on itself. Or you can gain 4 life. If I am looking for some kind of life deck, especially if I'm looking at like lower cost stuff in terms of like dollar value, I can see people playing Truffle Snout. The +1 ability, I would say I probably only really want to see this in a deck that's got +1 synergies with +1 counters. And I want stuff that either enters before this to increase the number of counters on it. So cards like Hardened Scales. Or take a look and go, oh, guess what? You've got a +1 counter on you. Let's do something. Let's do something that involves that. Oh yeah, I had to look that up. I think I had looked that up yesterday on. There it is. High Sentinels of Ration. Gets gets +1 for each other creature you control with a +1 counter. I thought this was going to be a really, really good card. I was expecting this to be an absolutely solid card because 4 mana for a 3/4 flyer is a decent rate to begin with. 4 mana to put a +1 counter on a target creature I thought was reasonable. And every time you do that to a different creature, a different one of your creatures, this gets bigger. And it's got flying. I'm like, why does this not go anywhere? But High Sentinels of Ration gets bigger when you see creatures with +1 counters on them. Nope. Gain. Uh, each creature with a +1 counter on it has. There we go. Cards like. Well, we're playing green. So, Crown Ceratok. Each creature controlled with a +1 counter on has trample. Pardon me. Each creature controlled with a +1 counter on has reach. Green mostly does the trample thing. If you have blue, you can give them flying. If you add white, you can do flying or lifelink. Black gives you menace. Oh yeah, white also gives you first strike. If you pop in Arachnos, you can get haste. Green also turns around and says, hey, by the way, they can also tap for mana in and of themselves. Oh yeah, black can also give you Death Touch. So you have options with +1 synergies, and that was just. Whoops. What if I go there and then sort by color? The value counter is not going to help. Each creature you control with a counter on it has ward 1. Oh, Rayami First of the Fallen can end up with a bunch of abilities that way. I don't see anything else that gives you benefit for just having a counter. Kindred Boon would be funny. But yeah. But yeah, if you're doing that with your with +1 counters, I expect one or two kinds of synergy to go along with it. Maybe more. And Truffle Snout in of itself is fine. I think I would largely prefer like these bottom three cards. I think I'd prefer them most of the time. Runafel and Predatory Worm depends, but I think I'd prefer most of them over Truffle Snout. Canopy Stalker. 4 mana for 4/2. Must be blocked in a Fable. When this creature dies, you gain 1 life for each creature that died this turn. The forest cover offers shade, shelter, and increase of sudden death. Funny thing is, this is the kind of card that you actively want to play before casting a card like Wrath of God. What? Yeah, you want to cast this and then Wrath of God. Well, you had 2 creatures die. You had 2 creatures die. You had 2 creatures die. I had 2 creatures die. Cool. I just gained 8 life. And wiped the board. Sorry, not sorry. Yeah, this is the sort of card where, like, in a life, if you're probably playing it for this ability. And if you're doing so, again, you're doing this to gain a chunk of life at a time. It's going to be a variable chunk, but it's going to be a chunk of life at a time. It's going to increase your... Oh, man. O-tag... Okay. O... Gain O life. Sort by Cooler. Fumigate. Fumigate's hilarious. Righteous Fury. White Sun's Twilight. Essence Pulse, I could see. Meat Hook Massacre, I could... how much are you now? He's still a reasonable price. Withering Curse is... it's kind of fun. Choose one. Fracturing Gust, potentially. Kaya's Wrath. Deafening Clarion, potentially. Yeah. So it's not completely unreasonable to build a deck where all your board wipes gain you life. And Canopy Stalker, when it dies, it's like, I mean, this in combination with just Fumigate is just like, cool, I'll gain life from stuff dying twice. Um, also, if you're so inclined, you could end up putting this into like a mono green aristocrats build, and having this just as like a life gain thing. You sacrifice a few things, then you go Canopy Stalker. By the way, I gained some life in the process. It would be okay there, I think. Oh, Sabertooth Mauler. Speaking of ways to untap stuff, see the previous comment about green having vigilance. 4 mana for a 3/3 cat. At the beginning of your end step, if a creature died this turn, put a +1 counter on this creature and untap it. This is kind of like a payoff. It's a very slow payoff, but this is a little bit like a payoff for playing a slower aristocrats build. Do it in green. I these two want to be in the same deck. I just feel it. Burrowfist Oak. If a tree fills you in the forest and no one is around to hear it, does it make a sound is the last thing you need to worry about. Yeah. So this is a 4 mana 2/3. What? Whenever you draw a card, this gets +2/+2 till end of turn. Oh. Stop and think about that. If you play, let's say, Harmonize. Okay. Sorry, the Turtles version is just funny. And one on saxophone. This is literally all versions of the same card, but this is... But yeah, 2 green, 2 other, just simply says, draw 3 cards. Nothing fancy, just draw 3 cards. Well, if you cast Harmonize with Burrowfist Oak out, this is going to get +2/+2 3 times. By the way, you also drew a card, presumably on your draw step, because Harmonize is a sorcery, so you probably cast it on your own turn. So you've drawn 4 cards this turn, so 4 times 2 is 8, so +8/+8 means you're looking at a 10/11 till end of turn, just for casting Harmonize. Problem is, this is only really going to be useful occasionally. You'll get like... It'll be a 4/5 on your turn and a 2/3 on everyone else's turn. And you'll have the occasional time when you'll get like a sudden burst. You need a way to make that sudden burst worth it more than just drawing cards. Return of the Wild Speaker is hilarious. Draw cards equal to the greatest power among non-human creatures you control. It, in and of itself, is probably going to draw you 4 cards from the Burrow Fist. If you get any additional card draw at all, any at all, you're going to draw at least 6 cards. Heaven forbid you get the ability to cast Return of the Wild Speaker and copy it, because the copy will resolve first, more than likely. Draw you, say, 4 cards. But then you've drawn 4 cards. So that'll give another +8 power. Quirino's. Excuse you. Wow, I cannot type tonight. Quirino's. It's the same as any other card that has more than one tap ability. You get to choose one. Because you can tap for green, but then it's already tapped, so you cannot tap it to get black mana or whatever the other color you chose was. Yeah. Historically, back in the day, the comparison people would have used was like a vending machine. But people don't use vending machines that much anymore. I guess a vaguely reasonable comparison these days would be if you place an order through Uber, you can either use that money to pay for food with Uber, or you can use it to pay for a ride with Uber. You cannot use the same money for both at the same time. Does that make sense? I don't know. It's the best analogy I can think of that would make sense with modern times. Because I do not remember last time I saw people regularly using vending machines. But, yeah, so Burrow Fist Ogre, you would end up drawing 4 off the first one. And then the second one, when it goes to resolve, Burrow Fist will have drawn you 4 more cards. So we get an additional 8. So it'll be 10. It'll have 12 power. So the second one resolve will get you 12 cards. Yeah, it's basically what it boils down to is you are trying to You're trying to pay for two abilities with the same cost. If that makes sense. You're trying to take your card and tap it. Actually, I'll do it this way. You're trying to take your card and tap it. And well, are you tapping it for green or are you tapping it for 1 mana? Because unfortunately, Magic doesn't let you take something that's tapped and tap it further. That would be hilarious. Hey, Mark Rosewater, put that in the next unset. The ability to double tap cards. Oh, that would be funny. So, Brofist Oak, I think the best place for a card like that is in a deck that wants to draw a lot of cards. Because each additional, like, which also means you want Howling Mine. You probably want Howling Mine, Fond of Mythos, Walking Atlas, and anything else that you can think of that lets people draw additional cards. Because then your creatures just get huge, like, each turn. You're going to want, if you can swing it, the One Ring would get really good. Would be really good in that deck. And then just as much card draw as you can. Make your creature like incredibly huge, and then have it like, I don't know, have it attack one person and fling it at somebody else somehow. I don't know. I'm sure there's a way to pull it off. But this makes, like, card draw want to turn into huger card draw. Drowsing Pteranodon. Again, this is a... I hazard to call it a payoff for having creatures power 4 or greater. It's a 2-mana 3/3 that can then attack. But at that point, you already have options for 2-mana 3-power creatures, even the 3/3s. Mana value equal 2, ID equal green, power equal 3. Toughness greater than 1. Sort by... Oh yeah, it's... Oh. Not gonna count you. You're okay. Lots of 3/2s. Lots of 3/2s. Garrick's Companion is along lines of what I was thinking of. I cannot... Colonian Tusker. Now we got the Keen-Eye Cure. You know what? Let's sort this by toughness. And descending. Potentially 3/4. Wow. 2 mana 3/4. When it enters second, unless you sacrifice a forest. Hilariously, Torpor Orb just turns this into a 2 mana 3/4. That's adorable. 3/3, 3/3, 3/3 that you might be able to get away with anyway. that can potentially be a 4/4. Garbage, garbage. Oh yeah, Spectral Bears so much better in Commander than in other formats. When this creature attacks, if defending player controls no black non-token permanents, in other words, do they have any black cards in play? Yes, no, and cards like actual cards, not tokens. Uh, it doesn't untap during your next untap step. That's really easy to get away with. Probably half the table is playing black. 3/3, 3/3, 3/3 death. This one's debatable. And now, like, your suite of 3/2s. So, yeah. I would put cards like Drowsing Pteranodon relatively low on the list. Where I would prefer this because you might as well just have a 3/2 or a 3/3 straight up anyway. For, at 2 mana, you can do that. You're in green. Where I would prefer this is in a deck that is based around I have walls or something similar that have the ability to attack in and of themselves. Hilariously, Sunweb, 4 mana for 5/6 flying defender, can't block anything small. It has to be a big creature. It has to be at least a medium-sized creature for it to be able to block it. But 4 mana for a 5/6 flyer. You play Drowsing Pteranodon, then you drop the Sunweb, and you're like, cool, now I can get up and attack. Thunk! Wait, what? So if you're building a deck around creatures with defenders that have the ability to get up and attack without having to rely on something else, like without having to rely on a general or an enchantment or whatever, I could see this going into a deck like that. Skyway Sniper. 1 green for 1/2 with reach. Elf Archer. Pay 3 to deal 1 damage to target creature with flying. And thunk. And thunk. And thunk. Praise for impact. Yeah. Skyway Sniper? Sure. You were playing elves? This probably... I do not remember if this made it into one of my elf decks. If it did, it would be Golgari. It's certainly the kind of card that I could see putting into it. What do you call it? Skyway Sniper. So here are my 1 mana elves. And it is right here. It is 1 mana for 1/2 with reach, which is already a pretty decent stat line on, a 1 mana elf. And it can ping flyers. I think I had another one that was good at dealing with flyers. Might have been a 2-drop. I also might not have bothered putting something like that in my deck. I don't see anything here. No. Wow. Are you telling me that the number one way I have to deal with flyers is that? And Elsworn Giant. Wow. Let me take another look at that. For specifically stuff that flies, yeah, no. Wow. Again, I am overlooking flyers. How's my common deck fare? This is what I was thinking should have been in there. Elvis Sky Sweeper. Elvis Sky Sweeper is very much the kind of card that should be in that deck and isn't. Because that deck should, in theory, because it's not restricted to just commons, have an easier ability to deal, like to spit out more creatures, and therefore have more things that it can sack to kill flying creatures. But I have that. I have Jaspera's Sentinel, which has got reach. Keep my eyes open for Death Touch. I don't think I do. I do have Glistener Elf, which has got Infect with Viridian Longbow. Atraxa's Fall specifically can kill a creature with flying. Solana Ledgewalker tries to almost has flying. High Rise Sawjack has got reach, and blocks a flyer as a 4/3 instead of a 2/3. Cannot be blocked except by creatures with flying. Lol. Destroy target permanent. Venomous Fangs. Kind of is an aura that kind of gives the enchanted creature Death Touch. Wow. That is funny. I think my commons only deck has got a better chance of dealing with flyers, including having an infinite combo in it, than my regular elves deck, with the exception that my regular deck has got more flexible removal. As in, I have more removals that can hit a larger variety of things. So think stuff like Beast Within type cards, where it can hit big, the number of types of cards it can hit. This. Uh, Again, Atraxas Fall. Good example of something at common that can do that. But that can handle flyers better. But yeah, Skyway Sniper. Um, in any kind of deck where you can generate a silly amount of mana, you 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 want to well, nope, that way. There we go. You I'll learn eventually. You want a card like Skyway Sniper. And Garruk Savage Herald, I do believe this is the last green one we're covering for tonight. Yeah, Garruk Savage Herald. 6 mana, 5 loyalty, reasonable starting point, and it's only -7, which means if you do doubling season, you don't even cash it in. You ultimate and go, hey, by the way, I still have 3 loyalty left. What? I still have 3 loyalty left. Ugh. +1. Reveal the top card of your library. If it's a creature card, put it into your hand. Otherwise, put it on the bottom of your library. So, kind of scry 1. +1 to kind of scry 1, but creatures actually go straight to your hand. -2. Target creature you control deals damage equal to its power to another target creature, aka a bite spell. -7. Until end of turn, creatures you control gain. You may have this creature assign its combat damage as though it weren't blocked. These creatures all attack. Anything that blocks it anything that blocks it can be treated as though, by the way, I have trample and you have 0 toughness. Not literally so, but can be treated that way. I think the -2 and the +1 are a big reason to play these. The -7, this feels like the kind of deck where it's like you might want to, well, if you were to ever consider building a mono green burn deck, hey, by the way, here's a list of creatures that already have a similar ability. Yeah. Maybe my mono green burn deck, I had a few cards that could just, they basically already had this ability. So something like this fits nicely. That and the -2 fit nicely into a mono green burn style strategy. Nothing with a multicolor identity that is not multicolored. Let's go to actual multicolor cards. Dire Fleet Warmonger. Sorry, I had seen a thing about how somebody in the Magic chat I visit thinks that Ren'Siri is overrated, and my brain kind of crossbred a few things. So, Dire Fleet Warmonger. 3 mana for a 3/3. Beginning of combat on your turn, you may sack another creature. If you do, this creature gets +2/+2 till end of turn and gains trample. So, whenever this triggered, this is an ability that triggers. Triggered abilities use the words at, when, or whenever. At the beginning of combat on your turn. So it's an ability that triggers. This will also turn around and let you do things like Ishin. If a creature attacking causes... Nope, that's a creature attacking. This is a beginning of combat trigger. So, you cannot use Ishin for this. Because Ishin cares about you attacking. Direfleet Warmonger doesn't necessarily have to be attacking. Wait, what? Yeah, you could use him just to sacrifice the creature. Wait, what? Yeah, there are creatures that do occasionally just plain want to be sacrificed. I know. Wait, what? You say that again, and that again. Okay. But yeah, Direfleet Warmonger. Boop 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 beep. Direfleet Warmonger turns around and goes, yeah. At the beginning of combat, before creatures are declared as attackers, because that's when that triggers. You may sack another creature. And this becomes a 5/5 trampo till end of turn. It is possible to copy that trigger. It's not necessarily easy, but it's possible. And then copying that trigger says, well, you get to sacrifice a second creature if you really want. And this would be a 7/7. Also, hilariously, if you get more than one combat step, this will trigger every combat step. Whee! So yeah, putting this in a deck that allows additional combat steps and having, I don't know, hypothetically, let's go Symbiotic Worm. Yeah, Symbiotic Worm is the card I was thinking of. 8 mana for 7/7. When it dies, you get 7 1/1 insects. What they can or can't do does not matter. If you have if you get an unbounded number of combat steps, you sacrifice the worm itself on the first combat step. Well, this is now a 5/5 trample on the first one. And then you end up with 7 insects. And that's assuming you got nothing else to play with. 5/5, 7/7, 9/9, 11/11, 13, 15, 17, 19. I'm going to hate myself for this one, but equals 5 plus 7 plus 9 plus 11 plus 13 plus 15 plus 17 plus 19 plus 19 equals 96 damage. Ah, okay then. So if you swing around this way and then swing back, and you just have a symbiotic worm to play with, or any other way of getting 8 bodies, 8 sacrificial bodies, and being able to attack multiple times in the same turn. 5, 7, 9. Wait, so yeah, that's only 8 combat steps in the same turn. Settle down. It's only 8 combat steps. Not a big deal. Yeah. And it's got trample the entire time. I start this way, and then I go back this way. Well, somebody's going to have to take extra. 96 damage. So 32 apiece. Enjoy. Yeah. This really wants unbounded. This really wants as much combat as you can get your hands on. Alpine Houndmaster. I think we talked about the Watchdog before, and it's fine. Igneous Cur, I know we talked about. Igneous Cur, and Pack Mastiff, I think it was. Basically break even on the first activation, and on the second activation, Igneous Cur pulls ahead. Pack Mastiff really needs you to have more bodies on the board that are called Pack Mastiff. Alpine Watchdog is okay. Alpine Houndmaster. When it centers, you can search for either or both. Put them into your hand and shuffle. You can only get to search your library, but when this attacks, it gets plus X plus 0 till end of turn, where X is the number of other attacking creatures. This is a 2/2. You can ignore the first ability. And again, looking for cards that meet a requirement you can legally fail to find, etc., etc. When this attacks, it gets power boost equal to the number of other attacking creatures. This is one of those cards where do I see you? Had I realized it was a thing, this Boros aggro deck that I wrote up, yeah, I probably should have put it in there, because this will attack for, if it attacks with one other creature, it's going to attack as a 3/2. If it attacks with 3 other creatures, it's going to attack as a 5/2. That's kind of exactly what this deck wants. And yet, I overlooked it and went very sad-faced. And there's probably something in here that I can sub out and put that in instead. Shrug. Yeah, Boros aggro, built on the concept of aggro being how aggro decks historically have been built, not how aggro in Commander tends to be built, which realistically just simply boils down to play Edgar Markov. There is a reason that even the cheapest print of him is like 25 US. Ooh, I like that one. Not an unreasonable price. Whenever you cast another vampire spell, if he's in the command zone or on the battlefield, you get a 1/1 vampire. You never have to cast him. You just build a vampire deck and you get free 1/1s and you go, hey, by the way, thunk, 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 thunk. And if you do break down and cast him, when he attacks, put a +1 counter on each vampire you control, including all the tokens you generated. Ugh. Yeah. Commonly considered to be the best aggro commander out there. You're already in a good color scheme for being aggro in the first place. Oh, but you're restricted to vampires. Okay. Like that's a problem. And then, hey, every time you cast a vampire, it's like, I wonder. Oh, my dog. There are 27 1-mana vampires. Oh, wow. I forgot some of these guys are vampires. And some of them even say it in their name, man. It's like, wait, what? Oh, no, I forgot about you. Oh, no, I forgot about... This Razier is a vampire. Insolent Neonate, Stormkirk Noble, just so... Oh. Start dropping vampires on turn 1 with Edgar in the command zone and just... Yeah. Again, there's a reason Edgar Markov is considered the best aggro commander. But if you don't build that way, you build based on what most people assume to be a typical commander or a typical concept for an aggro deck. Yeah, this works pretty good. Twin Blade Assassins, 5 mana for a 5/4. At the beginning of your end step, if a creature died this turn, draw a card. It could be your creature, it could be somebody else's creature, it could be anybody's creature. Did somebody die? Yes? Okay. Draw a card. Oh, look. Death Touch. Viridian Longbow. Thunk. Ah! Thunk. Cool. I'll draw another card. Yeah. I don't think I have to suggest how to what to put that in. I think that is a pretty straightforward idea. Nyambi, Esteemed Speaker. When so she's 2 mana for a 2/1 with flash. When she enters, you may return another target creature you control to owner's hand. If you do, you gain its mana value in life. Pay 3 mana, tap, and discard a legendary card. Draw 2 cards. So this feels to me like you want to be regularly drawing cards, like playing a legendary creature, having it do its thing, and then bounce it back to hand. Oh, but it's an enters ability. So this is going to, but she's a 2-drop, and there's not a lot of legendary. You may return another target creature. Oh! I think you want to flicker her. You'll get regular bounce at that point. Regular life gain. You want enough legendary cards that don't have to be creatures. Oh. Is commander. Oh. Oh. uh. There. Sort by color. Golem Patient Plotter lets you sacrifice creatures to return it back to your hand. Squee just allows you to do it on your upkeep. Motani Yavamai's avatar. We're looking at white-blue. Motani Yavamai's avatar lets you return lands to return it back to your hand. At the beginning of your pre-combat main phase, you may discard 2 cards. If you do, return this back to hand. Whenever a vehicle you control deals combat damage to a player, you may return Idewale Breaker Chains from your graveyard to your hand. Timuret the Murder King, sack a creature to return them from your graveyard to your hand. Jared Golgari Lichlord, sacrifice a swamp in the forest, return it from your graveyard to your hand. Green. John gets cards back to hand pretty easily. But this is Azorius. The best you can hope for is going into Esper, and you can run Adewale and Golem Patient Plotter in addition. Wow. But that would give you cards that you can regularly discard every turn. Like, Golem, I think, might be better because it's sack a creature to get them back to your hand. Discard. Yeah. Discard Golem. Draw 2 cards. Getting additional creatures in play is actually pretty easy. Huh. You can build around her, but it's not easy. But I think it's doable. In my opinion, though, the best way to build Niambi would probably be run 5 color. Because that gets you a good half dozen at least creatures that you can pitch somehow every turn and somehow get back every turn. And just churn through your deck that way. Experimental Overload. 4 mana sorcery. Create a XX blue and red weird creature token where X is the number of instant and sorcery cards in your graveyard. Then you may return an instant or sorcery from your graveyard to hand. Exile it. First of all, this feels like the kind of card that really wants to be on Panoptic Mirror. When you see this phrase at the end, exile this card. Think about what it's like on a Panoptic Mirror. That would allow you to do this every turn. Get back something else. Damn it. I'm telling you, that sneeze has been sitting there for ages. So you make a token every turn. The problem is, I think this X will fluctuate depending on the size of your graveyard. Oh! No, it doesn't. I'm sorry, I lied. I literally just checked the rulings just to be on the safe side. No, it doesn't. It is this big now. You create a token that size. You don't create a token and have an ability that says this has parent toughness equal to the number of instant and sorceries in your graveyard. You're creating a token this big now. Okay. So, this does mean you're going to want a healthy number of instants and sorceries in your deck, including ones that generate creatures. Talrand's Invocation would be a good example. Hilariously, this is 1 blue mana more than Windrake, and you get 2 Windrakes. So you want cards of that nature. And I really like Talrand's Invocation because it's not just 2 bodies. The bodies are a decent, are a better size. They're 2/2s, not 1/1s. And they have flying. See previous discussions on how much people overlook flying, myself included. I would say a reasonable starting point is having about, let's say, a third of the deck, including the mana base. So about 30, 35-ish cards, instants and sorceries that do stuff that you need. The removal is the easy part in terms of like instants and sorceries are almost always, you always want your spot removal, for example, is almost always going to be instants and sorceries. It's rare that it's going to be another card type. And again, this is where I go to Fissure, Lava Flow, Aftershock. Aftershock would be the first one I put in. Raven Form, Resculpt, cards of that nature that can hit, that are flexible in what they can hit. So, cards like that, Introduction to Annihilation. That gives me like 6 spots of slot, 6 slots of spot removal. Some kind of mass removal. Might have to go to Decree of Annihilation or something of that effect to get a Wrath effect, because ideally I want my board wipes to be able to actually kill everything, not stuff like Wildfire or Destructive Flow or stuff like that, that's skill based, that are, it deals this much damage to everything. Unless this much damage to everything is ginormous. So I will accept cards like Chain Reaction. Not unrealistically, you should be able to do it for 8. For 4 mana. I think that's fine. Storm's Wrath, forget it. Chain Reaction. Blasphemous Act. If you're casting it for... If there's 8 creatures on the board, you're casting it for a single red and doing 13 to the entire board. Chances are everything dies. And in a format like Commander, you're assuming a 4-player game. If everyone's got 2 creatures, that's at least 8. Starve Extinction. 20 to all creatures and planeswalkers, and blow up a land. So, and again, those are all instants and sorceries. So 6, 9, okay. We've got a good thing going on there. Card draw. I really would recommend stuff that says draw at least 3 cards or easily scalable card draw. So, for example, Keep Watch. Actually, where's my blue commons deck? Go away, go away, go away, go away. Bulk draw. Theft of Dreams. Good example. 3 mana. For each sorcery, for each tap creature target opponent controls, draw a card. You target the opponent. You go, hey, you got 6 creatures that are tapped. Cool. I'll pay 3 mana. I'll draw 6 cards off you. Thanks. Stuff of that nature. Or Rush of Knowledge. Draw cards equal to the highest mana value among permanents you control. So if you've got if you've got something in play that costs 5 to cast, this, let's say you've got a Coveted Jewel in play. Well, Coveted Jewel is a 6 mana artifact. Cool. came into play, drew you 3 cards, or when you gained control of it, you drew 3 cards. Tap the jewel and 2 more mana, and, you know, let's say an island in a swamp, and now you draw 6 cards. Okay, sure. No big deal. Cards of that nature. Stuff that can easily draw you a bunch of cards. I would say you might want somewhere around 9 to 12-ish of those. So 9, that's somewhere in the range of like 20 cards. You're then going to want a bunch of cards to cover creatures. By which I mean stuff like Experimental Overload and Terran's Invocation and stuff of that nature. There's that one we saw yesterday, I think was, that makes the prowess tokens. Yeah, Goblin Wizardry. 4 mana instant. You make 2 1/1 prowess Goblin Wizards. Something of that nature. Because they 4 mana and you only get 2 1/1s. Yeah, but your deck is heavily geared on instants and sorceries. They're going to attack for a lot pretty quickly and pretty easily. So let's say somewhere in the ballpark of like 20 slots for that. So 20, so there's 40 instants and sorceries of that kind of nature. And then you go from there. You're going to want as much card draw as you can feasibly put in. Don't cantrip if you can avoid it. Try and get ahead in cards. So this is where, like I said, you're going to want, like, Thirst for Knowledge, for example. Thirst for Knowledge is 1 blue plus 2, draw instant, draw 3, then discard 2 cards unless you discard a artifact. Well, if you discard 2 cards, plus you cast the Thirst itself, you've spent 3 cards. To draw 3 cards, you might be ahead in card quality, but you're not ahead in card quantity. If you discard an artifact, you are ahead by 1 card, and an artifact is in your graveyard. That's not necessarily a bad thing, depends on how your deck is designed. But try and add cards that will get you ahead in cards and not just breaking even. Cantrips are, in a pinch, they'll work. You ideally want, like, spend 1 card, draw at least 2. But not draw 2, then discard a card. Actually, draw 2. Divination. This is okay. There's better options nowadays. But this is, I spend 1 card, I'm getting 2 cards. You really want something that can do more than that. For what it's worth, Blood Divination, if this is a random token that came as the side effect of something else, this is fine. As long as you're not actually paying, actual extra for it. Or if it's like, tap or pay some mana or whatever. Make a token. Cool. Doesn't matter what it is. Make a token. Cool. Now I'll sack that and draw 3 cards. But yeah, try and get ahead by more than 1 card, because there's also going to be times when it's like you're going to draw like 6 lands in a row. Well, you can play those lands out, and then the bulk draw that you get, stuff like Raphael's technique. Each player may discard their hand and draw 7 cards. If your hand is full of crap, by the way, this is also an instant. If your hand is full of crap, you can go, alright, fine, pitch my hand, draw a 7. By the way, the stuff that I've got with prowess is also getting bigger. And now I got stuff that I can actually play now. We hope. So, yeah. But that's where my brain sees experimental overload going. Leafkin Avenger. Again, you're looking at a deck that's based around, again, creatures with power 4 or greater. You're not playing Goreclaw because, well, you might play Goreclaw in the 99, but it's not your general anymore because this is red-green. But what have you got that cares about creatures power 4 or greater? Add green for each creature you control power 4 or greater. And again, you can get those fairly cheap. You can get them as low as 2 mana that I can remember off the top of my head. You can get, I'm pretty sure you can get 4 ones for as little as 2 mana. ID, Gruul, power greater than 3, mana value less than 3. Oh, wow. Options. 40 cards. Yep. Yeah, it's got 5. Yep. Smoldering Egg. Debatable. Tigerdillo? Yeah, for sure. Yep. 2 mana. Actually, sort by mana value. This is a 1 mana 6/6. Sure, it enters with a bunch of stun counters. You don't care. You. Okay, so there's 2 actual 1-drops. And then for 2-drops, there's a lot. Realistically, yes. Potentially, yes. This one's iffy. Yes, because you are a 5-power creature. Occasionally, we're gonna skip the invasions. Yes, potentially. Nah. Yes. 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 Maybe. Yes. 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 Veteran brawlers. If the thing. No. That's actually pretty easy to turn on. And a couple of 4-1 walls, one of which has first strike. So yeah, it is quite actually doable to have a reasonable number of. It is reasonable to have, say, 3 creatures in. Well, yeah, 3 creatures in play by the time you even tap this for mana. At which point you're going tap, add triple green. 8 mana, this creature deals damage equal to its power to target player or planeswalker. So for 8 mana, you are going to shoot someone or something for 4. It's not going to hit creatures directly. But it will snipe players and it will snipe planeswalkers. And generating 8 mana, generally speaking, if you have, like, if you've got seven green if you've got 7 big enough creatures in play, you go tap red, thunk. So yeah, that's obviously you build that around creatures' power for a greater derp. It is still okay just to use it as is, but you really want to build around cheap big dumb threats. And some of them you don't care so much if they can even, like Slumbering Trudge. It's a 1 mana 6/6. Sure, it's going to come and play stunned for 3 turns. 3 minus x equals 0. So it's going to come and play stunned for 3 turns. Okay. Shrug. 0. Yeah, it's going to be stunned for 3 turns. You don't care. It is a 6-power creature for 1 mana that you just go, oh, hey, by the way, you're doing what? If you need fight spells or bite spells, zodding off 6 power is pretty good. Rada, Heart of Keld. 3 mana for 3/3 first strike on your turn. Not yet. But Secrets of Strixhaven looks interesting from what I have seen. I am interested to see how the vintage community responds to the capability of playing 5 copies of Ancestral Recall in the same deck. It's going to take a little more work than that. But yeah, I'm interested to see how they react to that. You may look at the top card of your library at any time. You may play lands from the top of your library. That is always fun. Combine this with a lot of the green cards that allow you to play extra lands. And then for 6 mana, she gets +X for X is the number of lands you control. Yeah, I'm presuming you're talking about I'm presuming okay. Are you talking about the ones from the commander sets or are you talking about ones that are in the main set? Oh, you said Strixhaven precons. I'm guessing you mean the ones from the commander set. Rada to me speaks build Gruul elves. Gruul aggro elves. Like less combo and more just out and out aggro. Which I think is a bit more refreshing because a lot of people, when they build elves, and I'll be honest, I've kind of fallen into that. I've got a Pathbreaker Ibex, although this is for a different deck. Uh, get a bunch of mana out, cast Crater Hoof, Pathbreaker, something of that nature. We're getting 5 precons. I'm talking about the 5 face commanders. Uh, well, hopefully I'll be done this in less than an hour and a half. So I'll take a look. Hopefully I'll take a look then. Um, but yeah, being able to just play extra lands and then just go thunk. I kind of like that idea. Rin and Siri inseparable. There is one person I chat with that thinks this card is overrated. Um, I don't think Rin and Seri is one of those cards that's good for like your casual players wanting to play something that looks cool and neat and interesting. This is not one of those cards for people who I don't think this is like a good like high power commander. To be fair, it is a 4 mana 4/4, which is a reasonable, a reasonable place to start. If you can find stuff that are dogs and cats at the same time, P.S. Hey, by the way, don't forget about changelings. Because changelings will be dogs and cats at the same time. And so every time you cast a changeling, you're going to get a dog and a cat token. That's probably the most broken way to build it. And they don't say they have to be creature spells, so stuff along the lines of crib swap also counts. Yeah. Oh yeah, and that's the other thing. These are based on the spells being cast, not resolving. Doesn't matter if the spells are countered or not, you are still going to get the tokens. Oui. I think this is fun. I think this is a great casual card. Aww. I like that one. Here's the dog. Here's the dog trying to clean the cat, and the cat's like, "I am not amused." And then the cat riding on the dog. I don't know. I like this one better. But yeah, he's complaining that it's overrated, and I'm like, eh. I think if you want something, I think if you want something fun and cool, and you know, it's fine. This is not a high power commander deck, and I think he thinks commander it should be a higher power game than I think it is. I think we're at like two opposite ends of the spectrum here. I think I think if you are putting us on a 1 to 10 scale, and 1 is, ultra casual, anything goes, and 10 is like, you know, CEDH cranked up to 11. Um, I think I'm probably closer to like a 3, and he's probably closer to. I'm not gonna do the meme this time. I think he's probably closer to a 7. He feels like even with a casual format like this, I feel he's I feel he thinks it has to be, more hardcore than a lot of people that I play with want it, expect it to be, want it to be, and everything else. I'm fine playing with. Yes, I will go out and spend money on cards and this, that, and everything else, and try and get my hands on whatever I can get my hands on. But by the same token, I'm also perfectly happy putting together decks that are like just commons or some other, throw some other weird restriction on it. Or I've got two card houses full of cards and a 5-row box sitting here. Like, there's nothing saying I couldn't just rush through my stuff going, what do I grab this time? And build off of that. So, I think for people that are closer to the like 1, 2, 3 end, Rin and series inseparable. I think it's perfectly fine. I think people that are higher, more the 7, 8 kind of range. I think this is they look at this and go, I have to play against that again. Oh, it's so boring, etc., etc. That's a personal opinion. That's my take on it. Oh, there's only 13. Do I bother with the remaining 5? I mean, I might as well just go through them quickly. They're going to be pretty straightforward, I'm pretty sure. Obsessive Stitcher, 3 mana for 0/3. Tap, draw a card, and then discard a card. Which is about what I would expect from something like this. Pay 4, 1 blue plus 1 black and 2 other. Tap and sack it. Reanimate target creature. If you're building a reanimator deck and you're in at least a mirror, you're probably looking at this as another, like, this is 2 card types that you need in the same card. A way to A, dig for cards that you need, B, discard stuff that you want in your graveyard, and then C, at some point, sacrificing it to get one of your big fatties from your graveyard into play. Sure, it's cost you 7 mana, but how much looting have you done in the meantime? This is going to be one of those situations where it's probably going to be worth it. 7 mana in the same turn? No, I wouldn't bother. But 3 mana now, loot for half a dozen turns or so, and then nothing here says only as a sorcery. Just pay mana, tap, and sack. Cool. Here's a giant beast I just dropped in. Oh, do you know what's funny about this? Are you the right one? No. Are you the right one? Yes. Cool. Ignore the rest of the card. I don't care about the rest of the card at the moment. See this ability here? When this guy is put into a graveyard from anywhere, its owner shuffles their graveyard into their library. There's a Kozilek that does this, and an Ulamog. And Emrakul the Eon Storm, but she's currently banned in Commander. This ability is relevant because it's a triggered ability. When Kozilek is put into a graveyard from anywhere, so let's say you discarded it. Triggered ability goes on the stack. You can respond to the trigger. You respond to the trigger by reanimating it. Its owner shuffles their graveyard into their library. All those cards that you discarded earlier, maybe because you didn't need 3 more lands, and then suddenly you might. Now you get to shuffle all that stuff back in. And hey, by the way, now I've got Eldrazi Titan into play at the same time. Sure, I don't get to draw the 4 cards, but I do get a 12/12 with Annihilator 4. And my stuff shuffled back into my deck. This does not work for cards like Blightsteel Colossus that say if it would be put into a graveyard from anywhere. That if is a replacement effect that says, I'm not actually going to go to the graveyard. I'm going to get shuffled into the library instead. Never actually makes it to the graveyard. This is a replacement effect. Kozilek and Ulamog have a triggered ability. Obsessive Stitcher, you don't have the ability to bring Blightsteel Colossus or anything that's got similar wording back into play because it's never hitting the graveyard in the first place, and it's not an ability that goes on the stack. Sanctum of All, this is pretty straightforward. If you're playing Shrines, you're going to run this. I think there's 21 Shrines now? Still haven't played Commander. I'm working on my unlimited set, and I just want to build a deck with old cards and not people see it first. I'm trying to figure out how to actually parse that name. Well, it's like I see KC Reich Rider or K Cry Carritor or something. If you're looking into that, look into pre-DH. I think it's normally right. KC Riker Rider. KC Riker Rider. Okay. I think that's how it's typically written. And that is basically Commander, but you can only play cards that existed before the first Commander set. Yeah, not surprised. Unlimited's like because you have a realistic chance of getting 1 to 2 dual lands, and from Unlimited, they are, I mean, unlimited is going to be higher than revised. Then the revised duels are already fairly high. Unlimited is going to be higher. Sometimes so far my bid is at 10K. Um, you've got the 10 dual lands. You've got the power 9. You know what? Let's just do a quick check here. 2ED, order, USD, direction. That can't be right. Where? No, that's 292 cards. Because Black Lotus and a few of the other cards that won't have an actual price for it, that's reason enough to pull it up from. Yeah, fair. 10K. Time Twister is a big deal. It's the one piece of power you can actually play in Commander. Every other piece of power you cannot legally run. Well, for legally being a broad term here, but you get the idea. Oh, Force Field. Pulling a Force Field would be nice. Wheel of Fortune. Yeah, okay. Yeah, see, Birds of Paradise is $275. Revised, it's $23. Uh, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 8. Yeah. I mean, you're gambling regardless, because there's no guarantee you'll get even, you'll even get a Mox. I don't see Emerald Sapphire. I don't see Ruby, and I don't see Jet. Yeah. So Ruby, Jet, and you know what? Let's do this way. Uh, actually, ascending, ancestral. Oh yeah, Crusade. Crusade's also on there, which is impossible. Well, I shouldn't say impossible, but it's really hard to find an actual proper price for. Wow, a revised Lord of Atlantis is pocket change? Or not revised, unlimited? That can't be right. But yeah, um, yeah, if you're interested in getting into Commander and want to play with really old cards, look into pre-DH. Because that also gives you like an endpoint as well. That's where, because like I said, anything that's in the Commander precons and newer than that, you can't play. But that's also like talking about pre-modern, for example, or old school, where nothing new comes in. Yeah, just bid 10-5, yeah, not that high, so I'm out on it. Yeah, I don't blame you. 10, I think, is 10, I would be wanting like if I'm trying to get my money back, I want like two solid pulls, like a dual land and a mox, or a dual land and a piece of power. And your odds on that aren't, they're not nothing, but I feel like they are low enough that it's gambling at that point. That's a personal opinion. That doesn't mean you couldn't end up with, ancestral and uh, an ancestral and a trop, or an ancestral and underground sea in it. And even getting unlimited soul ring and unlimited demonic tutor would be really good. But that is more than I would be willing to spend on, even if I could afford it. If I could afford to, don't take this wrong. If I could afford to waste the money on it, I might try pushing higher. But if I can't, I want to be looking at it more as an investment instead of, and I want to be looking at it more like an investment at that point. Alternatively, you can also turn around and put it aside, wait a couple of years, and try and resell it still sealed. Demonic Tutor, 130 bucks. Soul Ring, 110. Okay. So that's almost 250 bucks if you get those. But yeah, you tend to drop off to like the sub 200 pretty quickly. 60 cards, 20 of them are land. You're looking at something in the range of, I think you're only looking at like two rares in the in the pack as well. I think it's like two rares, like six or seven uncommons, which are Demonic Tutor, Berserk, Icy, Soul Ring, Copper Tablet. Oh my god. And Copper Tablet, $67. Oh, Swords. Swords is a surprising hit. What about commons? Any commons yet? Sinkhole for 25 bucks. Lightning Bolt for almost 25 bucks. Yeah, I think if I went higher than that, it would be for putting it aside, waiting a couple of years, and trying to resell it later. If I intend on opening it, I think 10 is probably. I might go 12. But I could not. I could not. I could not see risking more than 12, assuming I could afford to in the first place, which I personally can't, but that's neither here nor there. I don't think I could justify spending more than 12 if it's a thing that I plan on cracking, unless I am willing to unless I'm willing to eat a loss. Sorry, Zero. Somebody in the YouTube chat was talking about the fact that they had been bidding on a starter deck for Unlimited. MTG Unlimited Limited Starter Deck. Images. Which basically look like this. And think about it being like 3 booster packs and like about 20 basic lands on top of that, roughly speaking. But they are insanely expensive because you have a reasonable chance of getting some really frickin' expensive cards in it. Obviously, the hit that you want is Black Lotus. Which is, 10,000 euros. Or Ancestor Recall, which is 3,600 euros. But as far as Commander is concerned, the hit you want is Time Twister. It's the one piece of the Paradigm you can legitimately play, and it's closing in on 4,500 euros, or over 5,000 USD. And I think the highest, if I'm already in that level, I might go to 12. And after that, I'm like, forget it. And that's assuming I had the money to bid on it, which I don't. But, yeah, he's also talking about wanting to. He's also talking about being interested in Commander, but not wanting to play with the newer stuff. And I'm like, hey, Roar. And so my thought is, well, if you don't want to play with the newer stuff, then just play with the older stuff, which means go back to a format like pre-DH where you get to play with that instead. Yeah. So shrines, if you're building shrines, like I said, there's 22 shrines. Now thankful, so we've got 4 cycles. The original Kamigawa shrines, the shrine bodies from Neon Dynasty, the shrines from M21, the shrines from Avatar: The Last Airbender, and then 2 more on top of that. Sort by release date, because that will tell me what the other 2 are. Sanctum of All and Goshintai of Life's Origin. The one from the Commander set and the one from... I mean, it is and it isn't. Because, I mean, you've also only looking at... Like, there's only 22 of them out of 99. You still have to throw 77 other cards into it. All of the shrines. Ah! I love that search. Oh dear. I will be right back. Please hold. Share stream. Alright. Anywho. Uh, Sanctum of all, like I said, I don't think we really need to say more about that one. Watcher of the Spheres. If you're playing this, you're building a flying dot deck. You're playing birds, you're playing wizards, something. But you're making sure your wizards have flying. This is. I was going to call it a flying lord, but it's not quite the same thing. Because this gets a boost whenever you get a flying creature out. Yeah. You want to build. Here's the thing. If you want to build a decent deck, if you want to build a decent, inexpensive, straightforward deck for Commander, take a look at this card and build around it. And I don't know what you're going to use as general. I haven't. Something that works well with this, obviously. And use that as your starting point. And again, I said before and I'll say it again. If you build around flying creatures, you're going to win more games than you should than you expect you would have otherwise. You're going to do better than you. Like it's not going to suddenly turn your deck into, bracket, high bracket 3 or bracket 4. But just playing, even throwing Windrake in your deck, you're going to do better than you think you should because it's another flyer. And it's building around that is something, again, too many people overlook. Indulging Patrician, 3 mana for 1/4 flying lifelink. Surprise, surprise. It's a patrician, but that looks like a woman. Am I define patrician? An aristocrat or a noble? Okay. I get, yeah. It's because patrician, the beginning of that word very much implies that you're talking about, like think the only vaguely remotely common word I can think of in English. Oh, yeah, paternal. I was going to say patricide. That starts off the same way. That is a word as opposed to a name. Because then you get names like Patricia and whatever else. But you start off with this patra part. But it starts off the same way as paternal, as in on the father's side, as in, having to do with the male lineage, as opposed to maternal, which is on the mother's side. And so I'm seeing this and I'm going, but that relates to the male gender, etc., not the female. Why am I seeing a woman? So I look it up and it's like, refers to nobility, and nobility in and of itself is not necessarily gendered. It's kind of like how a lot of the time in English you will see words that if you look at the word and what it actually directly legitimately means, it's male. But but it has been used for at least decades as a generic term to refer to people regardless of which side they fall on. So, for example, there's mankind, or, eventually expanded to humankind, but mankind isn't just males. The word man in that context refers to a person, not necessarily a male person. By the same token, the Actors Guild of was it? I think it's the Actors Guild of America. Actors Guild. Yeah, the Screen Actors Guild. We're not going to get into what just the Screen Actors Guild. Actor is specifically the term used for males that are involved in acting, as opposed to females involved in acting, which go by actress. However, when used in a context like that, it is generic. It is one who acts, not a male who acts. And there's a lot of other terms in the English language that work similarly. So, I look at patrician, it refers to a noble, not necessarily a male noble, just a noble. Okay, I get that. I get it. I'm getting there. Anyway, flying, lifelink. At the beginning of your end step, if you gain 3 or more life this turn, each opponent loses 3 life. Obviously, building a deck on this would be based around gaining life and having reasons for gaining life. Like, this is a payoff for gaining life. This is burninating your opponents. Oh, look, I gain life. I burn everyone. Oh, look, I gain life. I burn everyone. You do this a few turns, and it's like, by the way, my creatures are also attacking, etc., etc. It doesn't have to be vampire-based, but it's also not an unreasonable place to find stuff that has lifelink, which is an easy way to gain extra life. It's also not unreasonable to find vampires that come into play. And hey, by the way, I'm gonna drain you for some life. Nom. So you can build it off of vampires. I'm not gonna. This isn't a thing about you should build it that way, but it's not an unreasonable route to take. And just bleed people out of the game, literally bleed them out of the game that way. And then Conclave Mentor, what we were saying before about wanting +1 counters on stuff. If you are looking at doing something like this, you want to be in either green white or green black. Usually green black. If you go Abzan, you get access to basically all the toys that say, hey, by the way, put extra counters on stuff. and then start finding ways to put counters on this. And if counters would be put on a creature you control, this is a creature you control. Well, now you get extra. And that could be on anything. You know, like the Sentinels we were looking at before. No big deal. Yeah, I think that one's pretty straightforward. Now, artifacts. Colorless artifacts. There's only 5. There's only 5. Forgotten Sentinel, 4 mana for 4/3 that enters tapped. Honestly, like, I have a ramp deck that's colorless that I built. And, you know, there's ramp, there's ramp. And I took a look and it's like, what do I want to put in that's my stuff to ramp into is like, you know, largely 6 to 8 with a 9. And everything else is based around the idea of trying to push me to that level, including stuff that's not legal in Pauper, like Bonder's Ornament. Although they may release that. These let me get extra lands. These get me treasure or gold tokens. And this is a strictly colorless deck. The stuff that is a reasonable size, like, I am basically trying to get myself from... I've got some cards, like Self-Assembler, for example, to help me bridge the gap. Or Kozilek's Chandler. I've got... Basically, I go from... Here's the big stuff I want to cast. Here's a bunch of stuff to help me cast it. Think about how, if you've ever looked at other formats like Modern or Pauper, and how Tron, especially Modern, how Tron decks want to just like hold off the game long enough until its big stuff can start coming online, or other ramp decks in other formats, even in Standard, will quite often do stuff like that. Try and hold on long enough until your big stuff starts coming online, and go, hey, by the way, here's my 7-drop, here's my 8-drop, here's my 9-drop. Deal with it. Roar, roar, roar. That's basically the intention there. If I was building a more... If I was building a... I almost want to say calmer colorless deck. And just went with, like, creatures that are, you know, reasonable for their cost, etc., etc. Forgotten Sentinel would at least get a look at. But it's not how I built my deck. But you could very easily build a deck, you know, just commons, and go, try and build something that vaguely resembles a mana curve. And this might end up making it in. This is its biggest problem, is it enters tapped. I think you can get a 3/4 without that. I know for 5 mana you can get 4/4s with upside. Right. Anywho. So yeah, Forgotten Sentinel. If, like I said, if you're building a commons only mono, colorless deck, this might make it in. But I think newer stuff you can probably do better. You know what? Let's look into this. Uh, so common, so cards that are common, uh, and ID is colorless. Mana value, whoops, equal 4. You know what? Let's just take a look at that. Oh yeah. Oh yeah, and game paper, because go away to everything else. So, Ancestral Statue, when it enters, return non-land permanent to its owner's hand. This has got modulars, so that's a possibility to consider, because that can make something bigger. Passing on, like, I'm basically looking at anything that's a healthy size. 2/1 flying first strike is a good body, but it's not a healthy size. It's not, you're not, you're trying to find how big a creature can I reasonably get for 4 mana. This is a smaller creature with more abilities. Same with Biblioplex Assistant. I'm not looking for smaller creature with more abilities. I'm looking for bigger creature. Biblioplex Tomekeeper is going to be a big deal once Secrets of Strixhaven comes out. Even without that, it's not necessarily strictly better than Ancestral Statue, because Ancestral Statue you could return something like what do you call it? Everflowing Chalice back to your hand and recast it and get more mana out of it because you cast it higher. 3/3 Champo that when it dies you gain life. Okay, reasonable. Chrome Steed is going to be, you're building a strictly colorless deck. This is a 4/4. This is a 3/3 flyer that loses counters. No. No. This is a 4/3 that can't be blocked by artifacts, and you can put counters back on it. This is a 4/3 that can't be blocked by walls, which is, I think, a little more interesting. Because, again, even though people aren't playing with walls per se, they're playing with changelings. And can get its counters back. This is a 3/4 that can exile a thing from a graveyard and filter mana in a pinch. These two are almost identical. It's just one filters mana and one doesn't. This is a 2/4 that allows slight proliferation shenanigans. This is the 4/3 we're just looking at. This is potentially a 0-drop. 3/3. 3/3 that when it dies gain 3. This is okay. This is debatable. This can occasionally attack for like 6 or so, but a lot of the time it's just going to be a 2/2. This is not unrealistically a 3/3 with haste. 1/5 averages to a 3/3 with reach that can put stuff on the bottom. Juggernaut's a 5/3. This is like your benchmark. Paragon of modernity. If you spend 3 different colors to activate it, you get a +1/+1 counter. You do that enough times, this thing is going to end up being a house. 3/3 enters, gain 3. 3/3 enters, shoot somebody for 3. This is Promo Clay's big thing is its flexibility. 4/1 Scare Tiller, love it, but not what I'm looking for here. So I think it's not unreasonable. When centers or attacks, exile a card from a graveyard and gain a life. I think it's not unreasonable to end up with a 3/4 creature with bonuses. But not necessarily a 4/3. You basically go Juggernaut, and then you go to 3/4s and 3/3s. And this is like your bridge between them. So you might actually end up having to play it if that's what you're looking at. Chrome Replicator. When this enters, if you control 2 or more non-land, non-token permanents with the same name as one another, get a 4/4 construct. So, how do you play this? You've got 2 options. 1, play 7 Dwarves, Nazgul, Persistent Petitioners, stuff of that nature that allows you to, that has an ability that specifically allows you to play more than one copy. Or second, play something, play copy effects. Play clone and I was going to say Vesuvian Doppelganger, which technically would also count. Phyrexian Metamorph and Dance of Many, and yes, I'm naming some really old cards. I'm sorry, I've been playing over 30 years. Deal with it. Yeah, about 32 years now, yeah, give or take, yeah. And stuff of that nature. But make sure there's stuff that, well, no, Dance of Many would be a bad one because you don't want tokens that have the same name. You want cards that enter as a copy of a thing. Sakashima's protege. No, those won't count because they keep their name. But, stuff of that nature. And then Chrome Replicator. And then start copying the Chrome Replicator, of course. Because then you end up with a 5/5, and then you end up with a 5-mana 4/4, and then it makes a 4/4, and then you make a copy of it, and you get a 4/4, and then you get another 4/4 because you have 2 things that copy. Yeah. So I see Chrome Replicator realistically, most likely, in a deck that's got a bunch of clones. Some of which can copy artifacts, copy artifact, etc. But I see that as the most likely place to play it. Spark Hunter Mastercore. The first creature with protection from planeswalkers. 3 mana for a 3/4 additional cost, discard a card. Pay 3 to give it indestructible till end of turn, and pay 1 to have it deal 1 damage to target planeswalker. So, um, compare this to the original Massacre. 4 mana for 4/4. Upkeep cost, discard a card. This just simply has an additional cost of discard a card. 3 mana for a 3/4 versus 4 mana for a 4/4. Pay 2 to deal 1 damage to target creature. Pay 1 to deal 1 damage to target planeswalker. 2 : regenerate this creature. 3 : this gains indestructible till end of turn. Regeneration is easier to bypass. It's not easy to bypass, but it's easier to bypass. There's also been a few steps in between, the original Massacre and this one. Oh, yes. Before I do that. And this used to be a huge, huge deal back in the day. Like, this was a powerhouse back in the day. Now you look at deep analysis. There's a Massacre on the table. The specimen seems to be broken. Yeah, that's definitely what you call some deep analysis there. Anywho, yeah, colorless card that just colorless, decent sized buy, 3 mana for a 3/4. Additional cost to discard card. Okay, shrug. Probably discarding land. Protection from planeswalkers. Okay. I mean, it means your opponents can't target it with any of their with their abilities of planeswalkers, and a few other things. 1: 1 damage target planeswalker. If you spent 3 mana to cast it, you can probably occasionally spend 3 mana to shoot a planeswalker for 3. And then 3: give it an indestructible till end of turn. Means it attacks, it blocks really well. Also, a 3 mana 3/4. I think it would probably attack pretty decently too. Yeah. If there's a deck that you can think of that probably wants it, you can probably put it in. Maze Mind Tome. I'm not even going to bother talking about this one. It's currently in Standard as far as I recall. Yeah, it's in Foundations. If you've seen it in Standard in years past, or I think Pioneer occasionally plays it. I want to say Modern occasionally plays it, or current Standard. Yeah, you'll find a home for it. Chromatic Orrery. Chromatic Orrery is interesting. It is a 7 mana. I have an interest in a single copy of all my decks. I have an interest in maybe a grand total of 2 copies of all my decks at this point. Again, I've still got about a dozen or so decks to figure out. Maybe a grand total of 2 decks that actually want this card. One is my colorless ramp, my big colorless control deck. Because that gets me from 7 to 12. Spot removal, mass removal, countering, reusability, that's always fun. Cost reducers, bring stuff down. Multi-card draw, ramp, more manas, right here. So my ramp is my ramp category here is stuff that's on the lower end of cost. This is the stuff that costs maybe 3 mana cast and will get me more mana. Usually they tap for, I'm getting 2 mana. I get Soul Ring, Soul Talisman, Everflowing Chalice. If I cast it for 4, it taps for 2. If I cast it for 2, it taps for 1. Shrine of Boundless Growth is basically going to be a colorless dark ritual when it goes off. Warm Power Stone, costs 3, taps for 2. Palladium Mirror, costs 3, taps for 2. Mind Stone, taps for 1. So this is at the lower end, and then the more manas is anything that's costs more than that, and generally produces more mana than that. Thran Dynamo, Dreamstone Headring cost 4 and 6, tap for 3 each. Blank Mothern can very easily. It's a 5 at the beginning of each player's pre-combat main phase. If this is untapped, that player adds a colorless mana for each artifact they control. Considering this is heavily on artifacts, it's not unrealistic that it is going to generate 5 mana for me that turn. And then Chromatic Orrery is just, it costs 7. I can probably cast it on like turn 4 or 5 and tap it for 5 mana. Because some of the stuff I'm going to be spending it on is, well, my commander's a 10 drop, so also add commander tax occasionally. This stuff is, there's a lot of 5, 6, 7 here. Mass removal. I'm going to need anywhere from. I will not unrealistically need anywhere from 7 to 9 mana in a single turn for that. Countering. Potentially anywhere from 2 to 9 mana. So I'm going to have uses for having suddenly lots of mana. My cost reducers often are, well, I got a 2, 2 3s, a 4, a 5, and 2 6s. My multi-card draw, drawing more than one card at a time. Kozilek Butcher of Truth cost me 10. Lord Seeker's Stone is going to cost me 6 to cast, and not unreasonably something like 8 and tap to draw 3 cards. Terror Fortunes is 4 and then 8 tap to draw 4 cards. So yeah, it's not a cheap deck in terms of mana usage, and I'm like, yeah, I kind of need a Chromatic Orrery for that deck. And the other decks that I would want it on, you can spend mana as lower mana of any color. I could conceive of this being in my 3 tickets to the Zoo Please deck, although probably not there. Probably more likely non-blue control, which is a 4-color deck. And 5 tap, draw a card for each color among permanents you control would also make sense in that deck. So, yeah. But let's call it the bar. The one land that's in this deck. Animal Sanctuary. I think this was originally influenced by Swarmyard. What am I talking about? This. In the original Time Spiral block. I do not remember if there was another card that did something similar. Swarmyard was land that tap for colorless, or tap, regenerate target insect, rat, spider, or squirrel. Animal Sanctuary is a land that taps for colorless, or pay 2 and tap it, put a +1/+1 counter on target bird, cat, dog, goat, ox, or snake. So it does something in terms of making a creature of, you know, here's a small subset of here's a very small subset of creatures. Do something interesting to one of these guys. But yeah. We are finally through M21. And then next week we will be doing, there was no 22. I believe the next one we hit is, let me just check sets real quick. Let me see if I'm actually missing anything that would sensibly qualify as an additional core set. Dominaria United. One can make an argument for Dominaria United. And then Foundations. So, Foundations is going to have some very interesting cards in it. And Foundations is currently standard legal. We are going to have our first currently standard legal set. I may look at Dominaria United first, so it'll either be next week or the week after, and we're going to go from there. And if I go straight to Dominaria Unite, if I go straight to Foundations the next week, we're going to be looking at a bunch of cards that, well, should people be playing these? Ooh, Skyship Buccaneer. Oh, you're uncommon. I'm sad. But yeah, there's only 139 cards in the entire set. We might actually be able to go through them and have time left over for chats. Wee! That being said, commander previews. Alright, who was it? Oh yeah, Zero. Users in chat. No! Zero is gone. Face commanders. Well, I can still look at them and give some kind of feedback. So Secrets of Strixhaven obviously is going to be based, well, I shouldn't say obviously. Strixhaven is based around 5 schools. And I'm going to ignore the entire. You can compare it to all sorts of things. The idea of different schools for different types of mages, or this or that, or whatever, has existed for decades. The earliest I remember hearing were things like the schools of high wizardry in, I think it was Dragonlance, um, which was, I want to say, originally written for Dungeons and Dragons by a third party, and the property reverted back to them, or something of that nature. I don't remember the specifics. Ian, Dragonlance. Do, 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 do. Okay, so there was a gap where. So it was originally designed for first or second edition. I'm not sure which. But anyway, um, yeah. So second edition came out in. Actually, I should take a look at that. I want to say it was like 83 or something like that. Do do do. First edition. Second edition. 1987. 1989 was when it came out. 1989, second edition came out. Okay. So, and I'm gonna hate myself for this. Harry Potter, the novel series. The first book was 1997. So, at least 8 years that I am aware of any series having schools for mages with different abilities, etc., etc. It's just we're not going to get into the discussion of, this is better, this, that, what. No, just leave that somewhere else. All I'm saying is I knew of that before I even heard of Harry Potter. And I knew there were a couple of books that I had read when I was a kid. I don't even remember if I was in high school yet, where you had kids going to school to learn how to magic. And obviously, if they're going to, if there's kids going to one school, well, there's probably other schools that do the same thing. It's not like, you go to university to study, I don't know, uh, astronomy. It's not like there's one university on Earth where you can learn astronomy. There's hundreds of them, or astrophysics. I'm sure you can find more than one university to learn astrophysics. Um, or you want to become a pediatrician. There's et cetera, et cetera. So chances are, any world where you have a school where you can learn magic, chances are there's going to be more than one school. Anyway, so yes, Strixhaven is based around the premise of, here is a. Oh, that's why. Here is a school that students can go to learn how to magic, and there's 5 schools. And again, we go back to the back of the card. Pick any circle. Draw a line straight down from that circle, or like you'll have. Let me pull up card back. MTG card backing. It does not matter. Boop. You pick any card, any color circle here. Open image in new tab. Boop. Any of these 5 colored circles. Let's take red as an example. You have 2 colors. You have 2 circles that are beside it. One basically immediately to its left and one immediately to its right. Okay? And then you've got 2 that are not right beside it. Draw a line from your chosen color to one of the other 2. AKA 2 opposing colors is how magic would look at it. So white and red oppose each other, white and black oppose each other, black and green oppose each other, green and blue oppose each other, blue and red oppose each other. So you can draw this nice little 5-pointed star doing that. Okay? Strixhaven, each of those represents, is represented by an individual school. So you will have, let's see if I can fast forward down to them. Lorehold is red-white. Are you actually going to... You're not going to be in this one. You're going to be in this one? Sort by... There we go. Red-white is Lorehold. They're all named after a dragon. White black is silver quill. Black green is witherbloom. Green blue is quandrix, and then blue red is prismari. I think they're interesting. I think they're going to be. I think they're going to end up being really powerful in standard. Um, I think in commanders they're going to make for some really silly decks. Witherbloom, for example, uh, not only having affinity for creatures, but your instant and sorceries also have affinity for creatures. It's pretty easy to cast instants and sorceries that make creatures. Army of the Damned comes to mind, for example. It's an 8 mana sorcery that makes 13 tokens. Oh yeah, I think they're all going to be good. Lorehold giving your stuff Miracle, and Miracle of 2, which means if you've got a Wrath of God effect, or you have, a Wheel of Fortune effect, or anything of that sort, is just going to be, that's going to be nuts. Prismari giving your stuff Storm. If you build this deck with a handful of a reasonable number of cantrips, and I think this is one of those that might manage. I don't know if it will, and keep in mind, I don't pay attention to the format. But this feels like one of those cards that could sneak into CDH. Because suddenly being able to go and cast a couple of cantrips, and then your you opt, and suddenly you're like drawing, scry 1, draw a card, scry 1, draw a card. Scry 1, draw a card. So you've drawn 3 cards for 1 mana. Oh yeah. Oh yeah, Silver Quill. Silver Quill I think is going to be good. I think they're all going to be good for different kinds of players. I feel like Prismari, people are going to find a way to get it to work. People are going to try and make it work in CEDH. It should be at least a bracket. I see it being at least a bracket 4 deck pretty easily. It might actually make it into CEDH. Silver Quill giving your stuff casualty is going to be really good. Lorehold feels more like a slower, grindier game. So, since CDH tends to want to win the game, fairly, do some control, jockeying for position, and then suddenly win, I don't think Lorehold fits that. That I could see being bracket 3. That I could see being a bracket 3 deck. Quandrix, giving your stuff Cascade. Oh no, your Cascade decks need more Cascade, right? This I don't think Quandrix is going to head a deck so much as it's going to be an additional card in the 99. Because I don't think there's a lot of cards that people really want to play in Simic that have Cascade. Whereas Witherbloom, Witherbloom's just going to be silly. The amount of token generation you can get out of out of Golgari. Yeah, Prismari I could see. Silverquill I could see. Quandrix feels more like a bracket 3 or just another card in the 99. Lorehold feels like it could be bracket 3, maybe bracket 4. I think you and I are on the same page with respect to Prismari and Silverquill. I I could see that. And don't forget, with a Silverquill, you don't have to be playing with tokens either. You can also just be playing with creatures that you don't mind dying, like uh, what's his name? Um, Solemn Simulacrum. Yeah, Witherbloom. There's a bunch of ways to create token generation. Yeah, yeah, exactly. This is one of those times when it's like I feel like we're lucky that Blasphemous Act is not in Golgari. Like imagine if Blasphemous Act already has affinity for creatures, but yeah. That being said, the face cards from Strixhaven for the Commander products, uh, wow. You gain X life and put X. Oh my god. Okay, so you like this obviously wants to be a sack deck. Surprise, surprise, surprise. This feels like one of those decks where you if you were paying if you happen I don't think you were like you yourself were here. But at the start of tonight's broadcast, when I was looking at green cards, there was a couple of green cards that I came across that are like, 2 mana 3/3s with Defender. And hey, if you've got big enough creature, taxes though it didn't have Defender, stuff like that. And this is like, you don't care if it can attack or not. You just care that it's got a lot of power for a cheap cost. So, cool. There's a 1 mana. There's an expel creature that enters with stun counters, and it's like a 6/6. Uh, Power equals 6, mana value equal 1. This thing. Oh, yeah, in Secrets of Strixhaven. This is actually in the main set itself. You cast this, you don't care about the stun counters or anything else. You cast this. You have Dina out. You go pay 2, tap. Sack this Lumbering Trudge. Put 6/+1 counters on another creature. Or actually, it could be on Dina herself. And gain 6 life in the process. Why wouldn't you do that sort of thing? I think the guy that has Companion is super better than this. Hey, I'm going through them one at a time. Give me a chance. But yeah, Dina I think is going to be, this is definitely going to be a This is definitely going to be a sack deck of some sort. And sack to make things huge. Excava, 4 mana for a 3/3 flying haste. That's pretty good. When it attacks, return up to one target artifact, creature, or non-aura enchantment card, mana value 3 or less from your graveyard to the battlefield with a finality counter on it. It's a 1/1 spirit creature token in addition to it. Oh, that's cute. So if you bring back, for example, an artifact land, you have an artifact land that's also a 1/1 spirit, a 1/1 flying spirit. A creature. Another target creature. Damn. Although a Drowsy Displacer might want to be in the same deck anyway, because it can exile exile the because it becomes a 1/1 creature. So if it's not already a creature, you can flicker it. It comes back. You lose the counter, and it just gets to be whatever it was. Huh. I can find uses for that. Gorma the Gullet. 3 mana for a 1/1 with lifelink. Whenever another creature you control dies, this gets bigger. Non-tokens enter with an additional +1 counter on them for each creature that died under your control this turn. So... Oh no. Now my brain's processing what happens if you've got, like, this comboing with... What do you call it? Gravecrawler and Phyrexian Altar. You sack the Gravecrawler to the altar. You just... And as long as you've got another zombie in play, you just keep sacking and sacking and sacking, and the altar will get you the same black mana that you need to cast it. And at some point, you'd be like, hey, by the way, alright, I gotta stop now. I've sacked this like 30 times. Cool, this is now a 32 power creature. And if you have any other creatures that you want to play that turn, and why wouldn't you? Oh, and Gorma's gonna get huge at that point, and oh, yep. So obviously, yeah, Killian, Decisive Mentor, 3 mana, Human Warlock for 2/3. Whenever an enchantment you control enters, tap up to one target creature and goad it. Whenever one or more creatures that are enchanted by an aura you control attack, draw a card. So this really wants you to play with auras. It at least wants you to play with enchantments. You do not have the ability to play Enchanted Evening in the same deck, I don't think. Because I think Enchanted Evening... Yeah. Enchanted Evening is Azorius. You cannot play that in the same deck unless Killian is not your general. But yeah, I mean, you're playing white, you want to be playing, like, any deck that is even looking at cards like Light Paws or SRAM, expanding it to Orzhov would be perfectly fine, and yeah, you make Killian your general. Muddles the Ever-Changing, what are you? Elemental Otter Shapeshifter. It's not often you get to see a a creature that's got 3 types unless one of them is either zombie or Phyrexian. Whenever you cast an instant or sorcery, this becomes a copy of up to one target non-legendary creature you control, except it has Myriad. Becomes a copy of target. No, you're only going to have one copy of Myriad. Myriad. Okay. So yeah, you cast Lightning Bolt, and this becomes a copy of. What's funny is you can attack with this, and then, you know, during combat, even if it's before blockers are declared, you know, Lightning Bolt or Brainstorm or what have you. And then this becomes a copy of something that you control that has Defender, but you've already declared it as an attacker, and Defender only stops it from being declared as an attacker in the first place. It's already attacking. It's too late for the Defender line to matter. That would be an interesting way to build it. Primo the Unbounded is Primo. 2 green plus blue plus X for Fractal Wolf. That's a hilarious line. It's a 0/0. Enters with twice X plus 1 counters on it. So if X equal 1, it enters with 2 counters on it. It's got trample. Whenever one or more creatures you control with base power 0 deal combat damage to a player, and base power is talking about, hey, what does the stuff in the bottom right corner say? Not any counters or anything else. The stuff in the bottom right. Deal combat damage to a player. Create a 0/0 green and blue fractal creature token. Put a number of +1 counters on it equal to the damage dealt. That's hilarious. Oh, if you can if you can X for a reasonable amount, let's say X equals 3, you end up with a 6/6 trample for 6 mana, which is reasonable. You know, I'm not going overboard. I'm going reasonable. It's still it's still got base power 0. If it hits and deals 3 points damage because it was blocked by something that's got 3 toughness, you get a 0/0 fractal, and you put 3 +1 counters on it. Oh, and Simic can muck around with counters. Oh, can Simic muck around with counters? Largely out of green. But blue can also move counters. Oh, and then you got graft abilities. Oh my dog, you've got graft abilities and other stuff that can muck around with counters. This is going to be an interesting deck. Quintorius History Chaser. Surprise, surprise, Quintorius is, again, a Planeswalker. 4 mana, 5 loyalty. Can be your commander. Lol. Whenever one or more cards leave your graveyard, make a spirit. 3/2 spirit, I should say. Because spirits, if you don't, if you, the general assumption is, no, the spirit's like a 1/1. No, we're in Strixhaven. The spirits are 3/2s. +1, you may discard a card. If you do, draw 2 the mill card. That's pretty good. -4, spirits you control gain double strike and vigilance till end of turn. So, how do you make Quintorius work for you? You want stuff with flashback, you want stuff with retrace, because it's whenever one or more cards leave your graveyard. Let's go something really simple that's got retrace. Flame Jab. Red, sorcery, 1 damage to any target, retrace. Retrace allows you to cast it from your graveyard by discarding a land in addition to paying its other's cost, like what the flavor text or the reminder text on it says. The first thing you do when you cast a spell is obviously choose what you're casting. Then you take that spell and you put it on the stack, which means it's no longer where it was. Usually it was in your hand, now it's on the stack. Well, it's on the stack, then you go through the process for casting it, and then it's actually considered cast. This is long before it tries to resolve. Long before people get a chance to go counterspell or whatever. This is, we're talking about the process for actually casting a spell. But it has to go from where you're casting it from onto the stack first. If you're casting a spell with retrace, it's going from your graveyard onto the stack. Flame Jab, when it resolves, it's not flashback. It doesn't say anything about you exile it. It goes back in your graveyard. Which means you can do it again later. And do it again later. And do it again later. So, cards that have got retrace are really good for stuff like that. Flashback, yeah, it's fine. But you really want cards that have got... there's also cards that have got Disturb, which is kind of like Flashback, but for creatures. You can exile cards from your graveyard. You can... And keep in mind, because the way this is worded, this is based whenever 1 or more cards leave your graveyard. That is, does a single instruction tell you to have a card leave your graveyard for any reason, including casting it? Yes, you make a spirit. But Lion Sash, exile target card from a graveyard. If that was a permanent card, put yada yada yada. Exile target card from a graveyard. If you activate this twice, you are not doing this 2 cards at the same time. You are exile once, exile once. You're getting 2 copies of this ability. You get 2 spirits. Also, anything remotely along the lines of Ray of Dawnbringer. At the beginning of your upkeep, you may return target creature card from your graveyard to the battlefield. That's another way to make cards leave your graveyard. Bring them back into play. So you have options. You have lots of options, and you can make a small army of 3/2 flyers. Well, sorry, 3/2s. They don't say they have flying. We can get around that. It's fine. Don't worry about it. We got this. We got this. Have enough of these go on, and then go, hey, by the way, -4, I'm going to give my spirits double strike and vigilance till end of turn. By the way, Moonshaker. Oh my gods. Oh, you're in the commander set too. Spirits you control have double strike and vigilance. This also gives them flying. And it's a spirit itself. Yeah, this is definitely going in the same deck. All you need is something to give your stuff haste. And you're in red, which is easy enough to give your stuff haste. Yeah, that one interests me. Root Mastering the Moment. No idea if I'll actually build it, but that interests me. 4 mana for a 3/4 Orc Sorcerer. At the beginning of combat on your turn, if you cast an instant or sorcery spell this turn, create an XX blue and red elemental creature token with flying and haste. X is the greatest mana value among instant and sorcery spells you've cast this turn. Have some X spells in there, but largely have ways to cast spells that have a higher mana value, but also ways to reduce the cost you're actually paying. What am I talking about? Treasure Cruise is a good example. It's an 8 mana spell. Surprisingly, it's in Strixhaven Commander. It's an 8 mana spell. You can exile cards from your graveyard to reduce the amount of mana that you're spending. Like the amount of actual mana you have to spend to cast it, by 1 per card. So if you manage to exile 7 cards from your graveyard, you can cast this 8 mana spell by paying a single blue mana. I do not. Yes. Oh, yes. And then sort by cooler. That's a counter spell that costs 7. When does this happen? Beginning of combat on your turn. Blinkmoth Infusion is a 14 mana card that untaps all artifacts. Into Thin Air, 6 mana, return target artifact to owner's hand. Why did you not actually say, oh, because Affinity, they eventually, what's the word I'm looking for? Evergreen Affinity, I guess? 7 mana, Affinity for artifacts. Look at the top 7 cards of your library. Reveal 2 artifacts from among them. Put them in your hand. Put the rest on the bottom of your library in a random order. That's a 7 mana card. Thoughtcast. Affinity for towns. Lol. Affinity for equipment. Not completely unreasonable. It's an 8 mana card. Yeah. So, but there's a couple cards with affinity that you might want to throw in. Affinity, Delve, anything that's got a similar kind of ability. Convoke also counts, etc., etc. Anything that's got a way to reduce the amount of mana you actually, or alternatively, you can have cards that turn around and like Omniscience. Like this is a great deck. This is a great deck for a card like Omniscience. You know, you cheat and play with something. Historically, it would have been something like Show and Tell. You know, spend 3 mana, put a permanent play from your hand. Okay, not a permanent, but it's like any of the permanent types that existed, you know, in ye olde days. Cool enchantment's one of them. Thunk. You get this, and now you can cast anything without paying mana. Cool. I will now hard cast, you know, thought cast and draw 2 cards. And it's a 5 mana spell, etc., etc. So there's ways to play with that. Skriz the Obligator. It's an inkling bird. That is weird. Oh, that interesting. 4 mana for a 2/3 flying death touch. When it enters or attacks, create a aura named Contract. Attach to target creature and opponent controls. Thunk. Whenever enchanted creature attacks, it gets +2/+0 if it's attacking one of your opponents. Otherwise, its controller. If it's attacking one of your opponents, you create it. Whenever enchanted creature attacks. Oh! I see. So if the creature the contract is attached to is attacking me, its controller loses 2 life. If it's attacking somebody else, it gets +2/+0. That's adorable. I don't know how I'd want to actually build that. I am tempted to build that. I'm tempted to build that just straight up. I'm tempted to just build that as a Voltron deck. Voltron/Bleed. And Zimone Infinite Analyst. 3 mana for a 0/4. Oh yes, I read about her. The first spell you cast with X in its mana cost each turn costs 1 less to cast for each +1 counter on Zimone. Whenever you cast your first spell with X in its mana cost each turn, put 2 +1 counters on Zimone. So, the first thing that you want to do is cast, just as an example, Everflowing... No, not Everflowing Chalice. Astral Cornucopia. It's a bad example. Bear with me. Okay? Astral Cornucopia, triple X, enters with X charge counters. Tap, choose a color, add 1 mana of that color for each charge counter on this. If you get it with 1 counter on it, you can proliferate the hell out of that and goes insane. Anyway, it has X in its cost. That's the relevant part here. So, Zimone, you have Zimone in play. You play an X spell that, you can do X equals 0. Not saying it's a good idea. I'm saying you can. She gets 2 +1 counters on her. And then the next turn, it's going to cost, she's going to be a 2/6, and it's going to be 2 less to cast your first X spell that turn. I wonder if she can be built as a Voltron commander based on that. Yes, yes, she can. ID Simic. Oh, cool. Okay, W bestow. Or, mana value greater than X? No. Two. I wonder. I don't know if any other ways to do it. I would like to find a way to build her as a Voltron commander in Simic in a way that, works with both. I think that would be interesting. But yeah. I think we're gonna call it for the night. It's been a long couple of days. And I have a few things to do. I have somebody coming over to visit tomorrow. Yeah, it's gonna be a long day. Oh, I see what's going on here. I see what these are. You see all these cards at the bottom? Scryfall has a habit of putting cards down here at the bottom. Obviously, they're magic cards. They generally have some kind of theme to them. There's usually something that ties them all together. Secrets of Strixhaven. Let's see if I can. Secrets of Strixhaven is bringing out a new mechanic called Prepared. Let's see if I can find a more interesting. Sure, this. Let's bring a mechanic out called Prepared. Some creatures, so being prepared is like a status effect. It's a thing you can be, and you can lose it, and you can potentially regain it. Emeritus of Conflict does not enter prepared. Some cards do. You have to actually put some work into it to allow it to become prepared. Its primary, the primary thing that it is this big creature with, here's the art, here's the name. This stuff over here on the left, unlike a lot of cards that have got more than one spell on them, This is the primary part, and its parent toughness down here. This small section here is the spell that creature may have prepared. How do you prepare the creature? So, there are cards that can allow you to prepare or unprepare a creature. And cards that, creatures that have a prepared spell, like in this case, Lightning Bolt, they have the ability to, they often have an ability built in to say, hey, if X happens, I am prepared. I have this spell prepared. Whenever you cast your third spell each turn, this creature becomes prepared. So, cast 3 spells in a turn. That suddenly allows the Emeritus of Conflict to go, ding! My spell is now ready! And then, at any time from then on, you can cast the prepared spell, in this case, Lightning Bolt. 1 red, instant, 3 damage to any target. But once you cast the spell that, in this case, Emeritus of Conflict has prepared, it unprepares it. So, you get to use it once, and then you have to try and get the creature re-prepared. There. Okay, so there's 2 commons. So, Landscape Painter, 2 mana for a 2/1 that enters prepared. You can pay 5 mana as a sorcery to draw 2 cards. Doesn't sound amazing, but it's also not costing you an extra card out of your hand. Studious First Year enters prepared. So 1 mana 1/1 Bear Wizard, who has prepared Rampant Growth. So turn 1, you can play Studious First Year. And then turn 2, because it has Rampant Growth prepared, then spend 2 mana, cast Rampant Growth, get basic out of your deck, put in play. But now your Studious First Year is unprepared. So if you want to be able to Rampant Growth again, which you could do, you either need another Studious First Year or another way to prepare the first one. Have it leave the battlefield and then return somehow. Or an effect that actually says, hey, by the way, by the way, I am now prepared again. Uncommons, a lot of them say, hey, if you do X, this becomes prepared. Spirit Call Enthusiast, whenever one or more tokens you control enter. So, hey, did you make a token? Yes, this becomes prepared. This enters prepared. So, that would have to leave and then come back somehow. Whenever this attacks, it becomes prepared. Whenever you cast a creature spell, Abigail becomes prepared. Whenever one or more cards leave your graveyard, Carol becomes prepared. Lewin enters prepared, and then you can exile cards from your graveyard to re-prepare her. Sonar enters prepared. And then Tom, whenever... Landfall. prepares. And some of these are going to have names of cards that we've seen before, and some of them not. Jump is probably the only one we've seen before. But now let's take a quick look at the rare ones. Secret Rendezvous, Brainstorm, Oracle's Gift, I don't remember if we've seen before. I don't think so. Nope. That's a new one. All Aboard, same. Reanimate, we've seen before. Rocket Volley is new. So these three here, Secret Rendezvous, Brainstorm, and Reanimate, we've seen before. And how about the mythics? Ancestral Recall, Lightning Bolt, Regrowth. Oh yeah, before we go into that, at the beginning of the Chen step, if somebody's got more cards than you, they become prepared. Tap and then tap 2 untap creatures you control. Prepare. Jadzi just enters prepared. Sky Coach Conductor also just enters prepared. At the beginning of your upkeep, surveil 1. Then if there's, your graveyard's full enough, it becomes prepared. This just enters prepared. Okay. Emeritus of Ideation enters prepared, and you can exile cards from your graveyard to prepare it. Emeritus of Conflict, we looked at already. Emeritus of Abundance enters prepared, and when it attacks, if you control 8 or more lands, becomes prepared. And there are 2 cards in the set that allow you to prepare other creatures. Biblioplex Tomb Keeper, which we saw before and didn't really talk much about. Target creature becomes prepared. Target creature becomes unprepared. And then a land. Tap for colorless. Tap 3 and tap it. Target creature becomes prepared. Do you have all your books, and your stylus, and your extra uniform, and your lucky scarf? Anywho, I think I'm going to call it for the night. I will see you guys next week. As I said, next week, I'm probably just going straight for Foundations. And then we will start jumping into the other stuff. Alrighty, so good night, everybody. See you all next week. Pasta la pizza and all that fun jazz. So long, thanks for all the fish. Bye bye.